No? Okay. I think it is working now. But I still have to check. Waiting for stream latency. Stream. Hello? Anything? Oh. Okay, it's starting. About a 30-second delay, wow. Oh, I think that is a viewer. I hope the stream is working. I think it is. There is a about 30-second delay, so sorry about that. Sadly, I can't do anything about that. It is a problem. The stream is... I mean, the theme reveal is in 5 minutes. Okay, 3 people. One is obviously me, but still. Until the theme reveal, I'm going to get the project folder ready. Just so I can quickly create it. I do not have a name for the project yet, obviously, so just GMTK 2024. I'll share the GMTK page right now. I'm pretty new to the streaming area of internet, so I'm not really experienced. So sorry about that. Okay, that should be working now. I'll hide that for now, though. I don't think there are any problems with the audio, but if there is, please let me know. Actually, I'll quickly go and add my itch page under the description, just in case anyone wants to check. Itch page. I entered the GMTK Game Jam last year as well, by the way. It was a game called HeroBabaa. Oh, okay, that didn't work. It was a game where the roles were reversed because the theme was roles reversed back then. And I made a game where these zombies were attacked by humans, and you were a creature created by the zombies in order to prevail against the humans. But then you escaped and then take over the world. It was a bit of an interesting thing. There were a couple of problems that happened during the development. The place where I was developing the game didn't have internet, and when there were 5 minutes left until submission, my internet went out and stuff. The deadline was the itch crashed, so they added another hour. If that didn't happen, I wasn't going to be able to send the submission, but everything went out in the end. I have a devlog of it on my channel about a year ago. Oh, okay, it is about to start. I'll quickly change that. Yeah. And the audio capture will be for that. It is starting, okay. Is audio working? There should be some sort of music playing in the background. I'll check myself just in case, but I hope it's working. I'll check again just in case. Health just in case, but... Oh. Okay. Anyways. Time to start.
GMTK Game Jam 2024 begins right now. Your goal over the next 4 days is to make a game that fits the following theme: built to scale. That's right. I want to see games that make size, scale, and dimensions a key part of the gameplay. I want to see games about teeny tiny microscopic things. I want to see games about absolutely enormous, cosmically massive things. I want to see games where big things become small and small things become big. As always, you can interpret this theme however you like. Use it as a jumping off point. So get creative, think outside the box, and surprise us. In this jam, you can work with who you want, use whatever tools you like, and make use of whatever assets you can get your hands on. But please do check out the GMTK Game Jam page on itch.io for the complete rules. You can also head to our Discord channel to chat with other jammers, show off your work, and get feedback. Remember that this year you're getting twice as much time as before, so please use those extra hours to take lots of breaks and get some sleep. Anyway, I better let you get started. Best of luck, have fun, and I'll see you when the results are in.
Okay, so that is
creative.
And that is working too, so... Okay, built to scale. Right? I think it was built to scale. Just checking the wording. Okay. Built to scale. I don't really know what to think about that. I'll quickly get the editor running. I'll create a page. There is one person. I don't know if they are someone I know. Possible. They're not there in the Unity file section. The game's name. I don't know, obviously, but... So, built to scale. First of all, I'll create a notepad file, because it is a notepad. Please, OBS, just show the notepad. Okay. Anything. Great, OBS doesn't want to show the notepad. Oh, found it. Okay, so this is the notepad file. I'll put it on top. And... no, not that. Yeah. Let's put it like that. So the theme is built to scale. Building to scale. They're like... I really have no idea. What can I do? Something that utilizes scale. Small things become big, big things become small. Maybe something that includes dynamic scale changing. As the game goes on, the scale of some objects could change. Thinking about that, there was a game, I don't remember the name. It was the same level, just different. It was the same level, but with a lot of different gimmicks. So maybe it could be something like that, where, like, the level doesn't change much, but the scale of the objects, scale of the enemies change. But that would be like too basic, and designing levels around that would be like, I don't know what I could do with that other than just being a little gimmick. A lot of different people are definitely creating some interesting ideas right now. Brainstorming. But I really don't have anything in mind. What can I do? If we interpret the wording, what other thing can we come up with? Built, wait, not built the scale, built to scale. Maybe instead of building to, like built to scale. Maybe it is something that was built to. That doesn't make any sense. But like, maybe the point is for things to scale. But like, that is what it is. I really have no idea. What do I do normally? Like, maybe I can do what I normally do and adjust it. But like, I do stuff on the whim. I just get an idea and do it. I don't really have a game style. Maybe the player can control some scale. Like giving the player the power to control the scale of stuff. Like maybe open a gap in a wall by scaling the wall down. I don't really know, though. The 30-second delay really bothers me, but there's nothing I can do about it. I know there's absolutely no progress happening right now. Or, like, when someone says built to scale, they usually mean that something is sized in a way that it is realistic. Are sized according to reality, maybe. So, like a spiky thingy, a porcupine, I think, is like pretty small. It isn't big. But, like, that doesn't really add anything interesting. There needs to be a gimmick to the game. Something that will make it unique. Which I currently don't have. I don't have anything in it right now. Anyways, let's start by creating a new project. Maybe something will come to mind, I don't know. It is possible. Oh, but before that, 3D or 2D? I think, like, if I want the player to be able to control scale, then it basically has to be 2D. If it is just holding and scaling. But if it is like the game that I don't know the name of, but that was in the theme reveal video, where the object you are holding looks the same, but when you drop it, oh, you thought about scale as in scales of an animal or something. Oh. Scales of an animal. So, like, built out of hard scales. A dragon. There's a dragon in the game. What was I saying just now? Before the scales of an animal thing. Oh, right, I was talking about the game in the reveal. If I would want to do something like that, nah, dragon makes sense. But, like, it would just be a wordplay. Like, every mob could have scales to a degree. I'm really not an artist, so they would probably look like just rotated boxes. or diamonds. If I want to change the scale without the player realizing, then it has to be 3D. Or maybe, there was an Inception-like game where the player could enter a box in the level, but the box was the level. Like, it was a weird thing that messed with scale. It was really trippy. That was 2D. Dragon scales. Just add them to the list. I was going to create a project and then start from something. But I first need to decide if I want it to be 2D or 3D, which is the main question right now. We have 4 days, which is a pretty long time. But, like, as I think his name was Max? Was it Max? It was probably not Max. Anyways, he said that he wanted us to rest in the additional 2 days, which no one will do, obviously. So, like, I don't know if I have the courage to start over. So I really want to get the base right and go off of that. So I want to decide if I want to make it 2D or 3D now, rather than later. I haven't made much 3D games. Like, many, not much. I started creating a game that I really loved in Roblox, in Unity though. Like, it was a Roblox game, but I wanted to create it in Unity. It was called Beeswarm Simulator. That was the only thing I did in 3D. Other than that, I didn't do anything. So I have more experience in 2D. But that isn't really an excuse. If the game would be better in 3D, I should do it 3D. Stuff are sized according to reality. I think I'm gonna do it 2D. Because I'm not a 3D modeler either. Like, I don't use Blender a lot. So I'm going to create a 2D project called GMTK 2024 because I don't have any idea right now. And then I'm just going to start putting some boxes, importing some basic scripts from, like, basic utility scripts. As I need them, though. The project is being created right now. I'll display it once it's created. I'm planning on going for like a pretty long time. It is 8 p.m. right now. I might go on until like 1 a.m. So about 4.5 hours. I don't have an idea yet. Though. So Unity's project creation really is slow. According to the putting the editor and the once a question. Should I display them at the same time, like scaling them differently and trying to fit them in the screen? Or should I make the one that I'm currently using visible? I could do either. But if I go the scaling route, then there will be a lot of empty space. And I don't have cat videos to show, so. Or any Subway Surfers video clips. The themes are always so vague, and also so specific. You can interpret them however you like, but you can't. a minute or two. Dynamic scale changing. So, like, bolts could get bigger as time passes, or smaller, or just stuff changes. Player can control scale. They could maybe make themselves bigger with a button, or... Okay. We might be able to make a puzzle game, but if I were to do what I have in mind, I would have to make it 3D. Absolutely great. The idea I had was like a slight puzzle game, but in 3D, it would be like it would be an interesting concept. But I think I'll really interesting keeping track of all that. And the project is now created, so I'll just find it through OBS, hopefully. I can only hope that it sees it. Okay. So that's done. I'll be closing these two. There's the editor. I'll just create a scripts folder. And the background can stay like that. The audio capture thing will capture audio from Unity, I hope. Doesn't see it yet, which might make sense because it's not making any sound yet. So let's first create a character. I'll find myself real quick. I'll quickly find the sprite that I use for myself. It should be somewhere here. Okay. Wow, my sprite is small. Anyways, throw it in. So first create a square. You are going to be the sprite. Actually, before doing that, or wait, no. How many pixels is this photo? Wow, it is a 1080p photo. Okay, then I'm just going to call it 1080 pixels per unit, and then assign it. Okay, no, never mind. That is going to be 540 pixels. Double the size. Call it player. Give it a player tag. And just as I expected, I have no idea what to do. Okay, so let's add a quick 2D character controller. This is going to be the ground. Make it like 20, 15. Okay, 15. Minus 4.5. The camera will follow the player. I will create a camera script. Okay, so that is the editor, the ID. Okay, so this is the camera script, so I'm going to quickly make a transform player transform. I'll find the player transform by game object dot find by tag. Okay. Wow. And this will loop according to a float follow speed. Transform.position equals vector2.lerp. What was the parameters? Okay. Player transform.position vector2 interpolates between A and B. Okay. And transform position using a follow speed, but I don't really remember how that works, to be honest. So that is just going to be a small thing. Please compile. And a folder for player movement. I do not know how to use the new input system. Like the one with, I don't even know. I created it one time, couldn't find out how to use it, and just reverted back to how I normally do stuff. This will have a float, jump, power, float, diag, speed. And if input dot get key down, oh no, get key code dot d. Oh no, that is not it. It's been a while since I've used this. What was it? Input dot get something raw? Get access raw. I think you said horizontal in that. Just in case I'm going to debug it. Add the player movement to the player. Add a rigid body. Add a box collider. The size is 1. Okay. It looks normal. The floor also needs some box collision. Great. Where might the camera be? Nice. First of all, disable that. That is -10, I'm pretty sure. If I turn that on and call that -10. Okay. Oh. I didn't make the speed public. And the camera script will set its Z value to make sure it doesn't overlap with the character. So I mean to say that I want to keep the -10Z. Awesome. Incredible. So, okay. The get input raw works, as I remember. So, what was it? Maybe transform.position.x plus equals this times the diagonal speed. Would that work? because it is not a variable. Great. So that means the only thing I know how to do is new vector2, say that, and then put a 0. You cannot do that. Great. Vector3 then. Nice. And I want to, if input.getKeyDown, keycode space, let's create a rigid body 2D. It was something like add force. Okay. Vector2, 0, jump power. And a Boolean private, because why not, is grounded. It will equal false at the start. Once it's on collision, enter 2D. If collision dot transform dot tag equals floor, that is grounded equals true. Yeah, nobody's watching. That is what we love to see. Like, it was expected, so I won't say that I didn't expect it. Nobody other than me will even be watching this video. Like the stream. Yeah, I am recording it too. This is going to be a large file, but I don't really... Okay, that is fast. I forgot to add the time.delta time. Time.delta time. And I should add physics stuff into void fixed update. And add the floor tag. Okay. Null reference exception. Oh. Yeah, it's a null reference exception because I did not get that component. Get component, sure. I wonder what other people are doing. Oh, this person is playing a game. I think. This person is using Unreal, I think. A kid in an empty Ditto project, I think. An unavailable video. Okay. So others are starting out as well. Nice. Like, what can I say? That is obviously slow. And I forgot to add the floor tag to the floor. The player speed will be a bit higher at 3. The character is not grounded. Oh, okay, that happened. And I should fix the rotation of the player. Obviously, constraints freeze rotation. I wouldn't want to freeze anything else. Okay, so that is just a incredibly quick player controller that okay. I'm going to try adding a little coyote jump thing. Because I've never tried that before. I'm going to create an enumerator for remove on ground. Remove is grounded. In float, actually no. It will obviously have a little trigger thing. Public float coyote. Is that how you write that? Coyote jump. No, it's with a C. Okay. This will be 0.25 seconds to start with. That is 5, and that is 3. And this is 0.5. And this. Wait, seconds. Coyote jump timer. And if is grounded equals true. And okay, I will add another bowl. Is contacting ground. This is definitely not the efficient way of doing stuff. Contacting ground equals true as well at that point. And this will first remove this contacting ground. And I will start routine. Remove grounded. If it is grounded and is not contacting ground, then I will set it to false. Private void jump. Nope, stop. This is just so I can try something later. I can delete that now. But I will not. Or will I? I will. Because if I don't do that, then I know what will happen. The player will be able to jump an infinite amount of times during the coyote jump timer, which is not good. I'm just going to add a public float size, just so like I can do something with size. I don't know what to use it with. I'll make it 1 because like it's 1, it's a default number. And anyways, what am I doing? What am I even doing? Okay, I'm going to try the coyote jump because I don't know if it works. It will probably not work because I have never done this before. Make that 1. Okay. Can you please reset? that. Okay, sure. Make that 0.4 or whatever. And a jump buffer. I will add a field for pre-jump time. And it will be, again, 0.25. This is for the instance. This is for the possibility, or not possibility, definite thing that is going to happen. The player will jump before touching the ground, but they have to jump, because that's just how stuff works. So, when the player attempts to jump, I'm going to create a pre-jump timer. And in update, I will say if pre-jump timer is bigger than 0, that is currently doing nothing. I know that it's doing nothing. And that is why I'm going to put that in here. In the instance that it collides with the ground, if pre-jump timer is bigger than 0, it will jump. And why is it red? Oh. This will not jump. I don't need it to be grounded. I do need it to be grounded. But I'm going to add that into this part. If is grounded. If it already is grounded, then it's going to jump. Otherwise, it's going to set the jump time to jump time. Yeah. And after I do that, if it does collide with the ground, that happens. And I need to make it so if the timer is bigger than 0, it will be decreased by time.delta time. This isn't a physics calculation, so it shouldn't matter. It's just a timer. And I think that should do it. Just in case I'm obviously going to check. And during testing, I will make it like 1 second. Okay. And I'm pressing before, by the way. Okay. If I set it to 1, wait, how long is a second? I'm just going to make it visible for a little bit. The timer. Just so I can check, because I don't know if a second is that long. Oh. Okay. So, now that I know that, I'll just call it 0.2. And instead of get key down, I'm going to say get key. And that should be it, I think, for the basic movement. I haven't gotten to the theme yet. I'm currently just making a basic character movement script thingy. Like, this really isn't anything complex. I don't really have an idea yet. There is some stuff that I noted that I'm going to actually show right now. In, like, here. Yeah. Make it unreadable as possible. Like, that is what I have currently. It really isn't much. Like, really isn't much. But it is some sort of start, I guess. And built to scale, dynamic scale changing. Player can control scale of specific things. Stuff are sized according to reality, dragon scales, because scales. I don't really have an idea, like I said. I'm just creating a basic template that I can create something on. A little bit of a dumb idea maybe, but what would happen if I scaled everything down with a slider? Just everything. I could do that, like that. That isn't the problem. It's just I don't know if it would be a good idea. I don't really know what I could do. Build to scale, like, we can interpret the theme any way we want. Like, that is just how GMTK works. If you can think of something and vaguely resembles the theme, you could do it. So, like, bound together, you could interpret as a love that is everlasting. The two lovers are bound together by fate or something. Like, you could interpret it any way. But built to scale, I don't know how to interpret that. I'm going to rename that just because. If I make an adventure game, or, how would a troll game work? A troll game. Built to scale. Maybe you could interpret the thing. Oh. Maybe you can make a game where a room shrinks and you gotta escape before the room shrinks, basically scaling down. I'm thinking about it. So, a kind of speedrun game. Maybe there could be spots. Like, you need to exit the room, but the door is locked, and you have to find a key. But the key is locked behind a different key. And the key that you need to get first is only like collectible in the first, I don't know, 10 seconds, let's say. And after that, it is inaccessible. So you have to get the key in that time frame if you want to eventually be able to exit the room. If I want to make a game where the room shrinks, it has to be a sort of speed game with responsive movement, obviously, to start. And if it is a speedrun game, it could maybe be a speedrun puzzle game sort of thing. You have to speedrun your way out, but you have to find the way that you can get out. Like in Neon White. Like, you have to kill demons in that game. Like, you have to kill 10 demons and then the gate to exit opens. you have to speedrun the game, obviously. I mean, you don't have to speedrun the game, but like you have to. It's sort of a puzzle where you find how to beat the game, like beat the level as fast as you can. But oh, it is intriguing, to be honest. I do want to try something like that. And I think that person's gone, but still. Okay, I'm going to take note of that. And I'm going to take his name as well. Just because. Oh. Okay, never mind. It's just the people watching now part of the screen said 1, and I have the stream open just so I can check. Okay, so no worries. Speedrun like game where you find your way out. First. Okay. So time to open Paint. I'm not a good Paint user, obviously. I'm going to share the Paint screen as soon as I can find it on the list of windows visible. Please, OBS, you can do it. It's literally Paint. I think you can find Paint. You are able to do that. I know. Wow. Okay, so sadly that didn't work. I wonder if I should straight up just... Oh, I found the Paint app. That isn't the problem. I opened Paint 3D, but I can't find the window in OBS to show it on stream. I'm considering just sharing the screen directly. But I have like a lot of stuff. So... Okay, whatever. I'm going to quickly set it up in a way where I just share the screen. I can't be bothered. Screen capture. Yeah, sure, you're looking for a game to capture. Of course you're looking for a game. Okay, so... Nice. Okay, so that's Paint. We have a room. That is a room. And we have a bean, which is the player. And the player starts on a floor. And like stuff happens. And you like get out of here. And then like the door's right here. But it's locked. That is definitely a lock. And you need to find your way up, I guess, maybe. There's a key right here, which is awfully similar to a 9. Because why not, obviously. And then opens because, sure. So, how does that even sound? It probably sounds incredibly dumb. But I like the idea. I like neon white. I like speedruns. Short speedruns, not large ones. Like 100%ing Minecraft achievements. That is something I'll never try in my life. I'll try to save 0.01 seconds off a level in neon white, but I will not try that. And I'm checking OBS just to see the stuff here. Okay, sure. So, what can I do about that? First of all, if I want to do something like that, I have to Oh, wait a second. Before I start that, this room is supposed to shrink. And to be honest, I want to stay the same. I want the character to stay the same size. So I don't really know how to use paint, to be honest. That much. There has to be an eraser somewhere. Okay. So that would have to mean like the idea I had at the start was there's the player, obviously. The player starts off here, right next to the door. In this example, like, and the player is small. He can't jump up here. But when the level gets smaller, the player can jump there or something. Like I want there to be a linear progression. A sprite. Isn't a sprite paid? Just asking. You get to be top down too. I guess making it top down. What? I'm just going to check how a top-down game looks. I know how it looks, but I just can't imagine it right now. Okay. I sadly don't think top-down would be able to represent scale a lot. Because, like, top-down is sort of 2D. And, like, the template that I started with is 2D. Like, I can switch it. It really hasn't been much time. But I don't know if scale would be easily recognizable in a top-down game. I'm going to try finding the game with a single level. Game. Okay, found it. This is the only level. So, this is the only level. Yeah. Sure, armor games. I've never tried this game, actually. I just watched a commentary about someone analyzing the game. Like, maybe something like this could work. It isn't over. No, it's reversed this time. Of course it's not. Oh. Okay. That's what they meant by that. Alternate control scheme. What? Oh. Mouse. Okay. Anyways. Okay, sure. Anyways, whatever. You can also climb up for the first portion. So, by this one, you, like, I interpret that as an infinite game that just keeps on going. Scaling up and down is represented this way, you could say. I'm going to note something. Just, I came up with it right now. Scaling up noise. Or music. Like, including scales. I've never made music. I've always just recorded stuff. You could add game juice and power-ups and stuff to make it fun. You could also add enemies traps. Though, wouldn't that be like... I don't know. Like, there definitely are people that could make that fun. But I don't know if I can make that fun. I really don't think I could make something that goes on infinitely very fun. Like, I did make a game jam game for a game jam that happened at the start of 2023 called Rocket Rise. The game's name was, at least. It was a side scroller where you just flew with your rocket and avoided asteroids. Because the theme was rise and fall. When you hit an asteroid, you would start falling, and you would try to hit Earth for maximum points. Like, it was actually pretty fun, maybe. For my standards, at least. Or that could be because I made the game. Very possible. Thanks for the encouragement, I'll say. I think I would prefer making a speedrun game. Because I've never made something like that. All of the games that I've made before were infinite, actually. Try what out? What did I say? If you're talking about the game, it's on my itch page. I put the link in the description. It's not a long game. The game actually ends after a certain point, technically. Like, I didn't make it infinite, but it was like a couple minutes long. And after you finished that, there was like a thanks for playing it, you won the game thing. But I actually forgot to add a way to end the game after you finish it. So your score just goes on infinitely. And you're just soft locked. So the way to get the maximum points in that game is technically going as much as you can and then hitting the last asteroid and then hitting Earth. So, anyways, leaving that aside, I would like to make a speedrun game. Because I've never tried something like that. I've made a troll level once before to make my sister angry. And I made a Flappy Bird clone because Flappy Bird, that was infinite. I think it ended pretty well though. It has 2-player local multiplayer too. Like, the multiplayer isn't connected on the net. Just one player uses WASD and the other uses the arrow keys. I don't know how I could do a speedrun game, actually. A speedrun puzzle game. Like, a puzzle game, every level is just done once. There's nothing more to that. But if it's also a speedrun game, then players need to optimize the way to solve the puzzle. So the puzzle needs to be like a linear thing. I feel like, at least. I think I'm going to go the speedrun route. It just feels, you know? But still, it has to be something that has to do with scales changing or some sort of thing to do with scale. Like, the things that scale could be changed for. The player, the objects, enemies if they exist, items maybe, like blocks, movable. Yeah, that's going to be hard. For it to fit the theme, the puzzles have to be solved with some sort of a thing related to scales. So, maybe there could be, like, just an example. There's a ceiling, a floor, there's a box, and there are 2 buttons. There is a button here, and there's a button there, and you need to scale the box so it touches both of them, or something like that. I don't know. Some sort of puzzle related to scales. Like, there has to be something. There. That I have no idea, to be honest. Maybe there could be. Oh. Idea. Imagine there is a station, like the World Station. World Station. Okay, please. And when you are in that World Station, you can hold an object and you can scale it up. So it isn't an absolute power, but there are places where you can change the scale. Like, maybe this thing is blocked shut. Or not blocked shut, but like, you have to find a way to go from the starting point to here, You can't go through here because it's too small. And then you go here, there's a station here. You make the gate smaller and you can pass through it. I don't really know. But, like, it could be an interesting option. Maybe. Because if you could control the scale anytime you want, like, that is the hard part that I'm thinking about making a puzzle game out of this. You have to account, like, if the power is able to be used anytime, you have to account for the you have to account for any situation. And that could be, like, hard. And, like, maybe you don't want the player to be able to scale stuff all the way in the corner. Or, like there has to be an order for it to be a puzzle game. You have to do specific things to progress in the level, and then somehow get out. I think that could work. Then, first of all, I'm going to disable the camera follow script, because in a puzzle game, you would probably want to be able to see the whole level, since it is a puzzle game. And then, adding to the notes, how was I gonna add? Oh. Maybe you could have an item to increase the object size. Like the... what did I call it? World Station. The World Station could act like a placed item. Like, you can't carry it. The world... wait, what did I call it again? World Station. That is such a dumb name. Anyways. Allows you to change scale of objects. But obviously, there has to be a limit to that power. Like, you can't change everything's scale. Like, there has to be something. Like, you shouldn't be able to change, like, a wall's size. Maybe. Thing that I'm imagining the world station being, when you're in the world station, like, here's a block. Okay. How does paint work? What am I even doing? Just fill it with black. Like, when you are at the station, you can click on a block, when you click on it, you get like a green line, a red line, and you can just scroll it up and down, increasing the scale. What did I click? Like it just gets bigger and smaller, and I don't. This might end up interesting. I feel like it has some potential to be a good puzzle game. I've never made a puzzle game, so it's going to be a first. With some sort of scroll. What? By the way, just so you know, there's a, like, when I started the stream, there was a 30-second delay. It's probably still the same. 30 seconds is a lot, I know. But my connection probably isn't really good. So you're probably hearing me about 30 seconds later. Anyways, there's a world station. You can change the scale of some objects. I have to implement a system where you can click on objects and then they go into some edit mode kind of thing. But actually, clicking on them probably isn't a good idea because I want it to be a speedrun level. Clicking takes time. So probably hovering should be enough to select the object, not scale it, obviously. If hovering was enough to scale the object, everything would just go crazy. Like, hovering over something automatically selects it, is what I mean. But that would mean, from that I don't mean what I just said before, from the scaling option. If you're able to scale objects, you should obviously not be able to scale them past certain objects. Like, if there is some square right here, and you are scaling this red, very high quality box, you shouldn't be able to scale it past this because they are contacting each other. That shouldn't be hard, actually. I just have to check if it's colliding with anything in the onCollisionSay function. That shouldn't be a problem. Okay, so a block script. This could be block selection manager. Just because I actually add managers to my scripts. There has to be a game manager, like always. On the top of the thing, it will have this. The script will include an array list of what array list? Transform. Yeah, sure, let's go with transform. Selected objects. Yeah, also try to make it prototype level to see if the gameplay would be fun. You could use Paint or InGame if you want. I am going to try creating a prototype level once I have the scripts ready. So once I'm able to test in the game. What? Yeah, I know. Copy this. I feel so dumb right now. Sure, don't use an array list, just use a regular list. Whatever. My AP knowledge is killing me. My AP Computer Science A. They teach Java. I do not like Java. Anyways, so in a void update, because this isn't a physics detection, I first need to check how to do raycasting. I don't remember 2D raycasts. I think, at least. Like, ray 2D, yeah. Sure. Okay, never mind. I'm not gonna try it without knowing. So basically, imagine there's a function void get selected objects or hovered objects. Selected objects equals stuff the mouse is on. Null for now, though. No. And that's it for the block selection manager, to be honest. I don't think there's much more to add to that, at least right now. There has to be a block, like a block script for the actual block or thing that is being scaled. It has to have a float size, or actually Should the scale be a multiplicative thing? Or a straight up scale? Like, in any direction you want, X, Y, Z, which Z doesn't exist, actually. Multiplicative or... I think I'll go with vector for now. So, there has to be a bool serialized because I want to be able to see it. Bool is selected. If it is selected, I need to I'm going to store the position where the mouse was selected. Like when it clicks, when the player clicks. Mouse reference point, let's call it. If is selected, if input.get key down mouse key code mouse 0. First of all, set the mouse reference point to input.mouse position, but I'm pretty sure this is in screen coordinates. Yeah, pixel coordinates. What was it? Screen to world. What was it? Camera? This is why we use the internet. Okay, it was in camera. Right? Camera dot. What? Was it changed? Camera's out. Maybe? Screen to world point. Okay. And just to check debug.log, mouse reference point. I'm going to create a block now. I'll use Godel. Are you going to participate in the Game Jam, by the way? I actually thought about switching to Godot, since, like, Unity had some changes in the recent times about monetary stuff, but I don't really know yet if I'm going to switch. Is selected, definitely. So, okay. Yep, it's working. And actually, that isn't muted. Uh, the game idea. Now, the game idea is currently not very concrete. It is very subject to change, but the current idea is. Wait. When did I close Paint? Oh. Okay. Anyways, the game idea is going to be something like there's a normal player. The game is going to be something like a speedrun puzzle game where you are able to. Yeah. There's a room, and there is a door. And the door is locked at first. Okay. And then there are these stations, world stations, currently named, which is definitely going to change because I keep forgetting it. And when you are on these world stations, you can change the scale of a lot of objects because the theme is built to scale. And by changing the scale of objects, you are going to traverse the level, and open the door, and then get out. Is the basic idea. If that makes any sense. And currently I am working on the scaling of the objects part. I need to get the current mouse position. And while it's pressed, I need to get the difference. Okay, have a good day. Difference, like the objects are going to be static, I'm pretty sure. The parts that are going to move are obviously kinematic. But I think I'm to check these. Yeah. The static objects that aren't going to change much are going to be static. Stuff like doors and stuff are going to be kinematic. I don't think I'll make anything dynamic other than the player. The player will probably be the only dynamic thing, other than maybe some movable boxes that I might add. Still not very concrete. And the size will be base scale plus the difference vector. The difference vector divide by 2, or I want it to be a straight thing. Like if you hold it from the edge, it will always be held by the edge. So anyways, I'll try that. And then transform the scale equal size. First, this has that, okay. And the okay. So I first need to select it because that part is not in currently. Okay, I think I need to double it. Okay. Now, why is that happening? Let me think. Like, it's obviously because the selection Okay, it's because of the selection part. Got it. I need to. Apparently. Okay. If input dot get key up, key code mouse 0, I'm going to make is selected false, because obviously, and then I'm going to make the base scale the size. And then that's going to finalize the change. But the obvious problem with this is that I don't want to. I don't want objects overlapping, which means that I have to on collision state. On collision stay collision. Okay. Right now. If there is an object colliding with it, I don't want them to intercept. So what can I do? First, I guess I should check where it is colliding from. But collision is pretty sure collision dot position. Yeah. What does a collision contain? Rigid body, the incoming rigid body not useful. Contacts. The specific points of contact with the incoming collision. Memory garbage, okay. Use get contact or get contacts instead. Sure. Other collider. What? The other collider to do. Sure. Yeah, no. Transform client and contact count. Contact count is not useful. Wait, this returns an integer? What? Returns the number of contacts. Yeah, that is not useful. I want the contact point. What is get contacts then? Okay, sure. What is this? Index. I mean, the index doesn't really matter. Just 0. As long as there is a contact. I want to check where it is colliding from. Like the top or the side. Like vertical or horizontal. So I need to... Is colliding horizontal? I'm going to say and vertical. Displacement vector. I'm going to say it is equal to that to start with, but if it is colliding horizontally, then the displacement vectors x will be equal to 0. And the same goes for and I'm going to use that instead of that. And if contact point is above, contact point. I just want the position of the contact point. Is that okay? In world space, yeah. If contact point dot y is bigger than That should there's the vertical collision. But the thing is, that does not answer my... Like, that doesn't really work, to be honest. Like, if it is above, it doesn't necessarily mean it is colliding from the top section. So, is colliding vertical? I feel like I need to check the edges instead of the center. But the thing is, I don't know if it would be accurate enough to be able to test that. Since, like, they might not be quite equal. If it is not quite equal, I'm just going to do that and test it a bit. For the case for it being above, I need a transform.local scale or lossy scale dot y over 2. And the same goes for this one, but negative this time. And the same goes for this one too. Actually, let's go with horizontal first. Now I just need to test that. First of all, this is a red square, because it is the one I'm testing this on. And there is going to be another square about right here. Add a collider with a rigid body. I do not want a rigid body on that. This one should have a collider as well. And first of all, okay, wait a second. Okay. Awesome, that makes incredible sense. Obviously, it makes too much sense. Okay, you are not colliding horizontally. So, when did it do that? Wait, incredible. Just incredible. I have no idea what's happening. I'm going to debug that contact point. So, it's not touching, apparently. Why is that? Does not seem to recognize a contact, I think. So what happens when it actually does contact something? Wait, did it contact the player? Okay, contacted the player. Because it has a rigid body, I suppose? This is going to be static. I don't want it to move. Wrong square. Okay, sure. Keep it dynamic, don't simulate it. Okay, why are you not detecting that? Okay, sure, why not? Wrong square. Simulate it there. And this square is here now. Is it even doing now? I have no clue. Okay, okay, of course. This just makes too much sense. Let's reset these. And it touched it horizontally. For some reason, it returned to its original size, though. Why is that? I wonder. As soon as it touches. And also vertically, too. Okay, I'm going to go crazy. Did I forget to switch an X with a Y somewhere? Doesn't seem so. This is not going to be as easy as I thought, I think. So I have the contact point. And I think instead of using transform.position, maybe I should use the collision collider dot transform. Do I need to do that though? Okay. Yeah. So, if the contact point is bigger than or equal to that, I think that should work. Maybe it's possible. So now we have the square here. This will be dynamic because it'll be like that for now at least. I want to change it later, but just for now. So, boom. Touch horizontally, and I'm pretty sure I know why that happens. Oh, you're back. So, the progress. Not much really. I'm trying to do the scaling part. The scaling works fine, but limiting, like not changing the scale when they're colliding, that is currently in progress. It's going to work though, I think. Instead of base scale, and I know why when it collides it reverts back to the old scale. It is because the displacement vector's x stays at 0 and not the maximum it could be. And it just happens. And I have to do that because as soon as it turns back to being able to do it, it should like do it, you know? If I just do that, this probably will just disappear. I'm pretty sure. It won't revert back to how it was, at least. The problem with this part, the check for when it is able to move again, the check is based on the current position, and because, like the current situation, and because it is limited, it can't change the current situation in order to, you know, disable the lock. So the thing I need to do about that is I'm going to add something like that. I'm going to add another check. First of all, include that in its own thing, and then do that. So, I need to check for when it's back in limits. So, what that means is that I have to actually, I can use the mouse position with that, I think. What I can do is, if I take out paint, when did I even close Paint 3D again? Okay, so we are going to use normal paint now. We are downgrading. So this is the block, and this is the red block. We want to detect when the mouse is right here. So to check that, we could I need to think about that for a little bit. Just a little bit. I'm sure it will work out. Somehow. So if I check the mouses at the right of the collision point, then it could work, but only if it's colliding from the left. So like I could brute force it, but that would it wouldn't be clean code. Calling my current code clean would be an over-exaggeration, probably, but I don't want it looking even messier. Like, I could do a calculation to find if it's right or left. I could do that. I definitely could. And about that, what could I do? What could I do? Wait, what did I do here? Just to check again. The collision's x plus the ANC scale x. I checked if... Okay. Let's try brute forcing it, I don't know. Bool is obj right. It is going to be false by default. And if contact point dot x, no, contact point dot x is on the if it is on the right side of this, and since I'm doing this for the vertical version, I'm going to do that. If the y is larger than its center, then is object above equals string. And if it is above, I could vector2 copy this actually, and I'm going to actually make this a global variable because I have a feeling I might use that later on as well. If is object above, then I want to check if the transform dot position plus difference spec, that is the point where the mouse currently is actually. Okay. No. Yeah, I shouldn't use this. Mouse position. Okay, never mind. It's correct, I think. This is going to be a vector2, just to fix the ambiguity. If after adding it, it is the it represents the relative position. So I need to get that, which is a vector, dot y, if it is bigger than, no, wait. So if this difference spec, like this relative position, is above the contact point, I think that should work actually. But there seems to be... Where does that close? Okay, I need another parentheses. And what sort of error are you throwing? Of course. I'm going to take this, put it there, because this is actually something a bit different than I planned at the start, which means I don't need that. Which means I can delete that, not the parentheses. And in this case, it will revert to false. What error is that even throwing? The left-hand side... But the left-hand side of an assignment must be a variable. Oh, I have a plus equals there. Okay. Okay. It's fine. And instead of putting that in an if statement, I can do that and do that. This way I get rid of that. Do that. And do an else if statement with the complete opposite thing. If it is not above, then that has to be smaller. So now something like this for the horizontal side as well. Is object right? Does that fix it? I hope it does. I really hope it does. If it doesn't, I am screwed. Because if I look at this again from the start, I will not understand a single thing. So, boom. I do not even know what to say. Oh, okay, I get what happened. Okay, sure. It is this part that is the problem. Yep, that is the problem. The thing that I need to do is, in the case that it is locked, I just, I just need to, okay, oh my god. I could save that info in a variable, but I really don't want to. Uh, this is going to be such a horrible way of doing stuff, but local scale. Okay, transform.localscale.x minus or plus. Okay, minus. What is it? Minus the base scale dot x. Okay, this time it's going to work. And if it doesn't, that is just luck. Definitely luck. And here we start. Wait a second. Boom. It is the opposite? Wait a second. What? How's it reversed? How does that even happen? Oh. Ew. Maybe? Yeah. Anyways, that's a problem for later. I am speechless. What even happened? Okay, so if you touch from above, like colliding doesn't do anything. That is absolutely fabulous in its own. Okay, I feel like there's a slight problem. An incredibly slight problem. Collision doesn't work, great. No, potatoes. Okay. Great. I didn't even care, honestly. This is fabulous. What can I even say? This is just incredible. Okay. Until breakdown time. Oh. Okay, my body just got destroyed. Okay, so why doesn't it detect anything? Or like when it was dynamic. Like I obviously don't want them to be dynamic because they have gravity. And gravity won't really work. I don't think. What if I do continuous? So this thingy can touch the block. And it is not limiting itself. Okay. I might have an idea as to why. But for that, how's the floor? What is the floor? What if this was not a rigid body? Just asking. Just an attempt. If they aren't rigid bodies, they don't detect collision, which is somewhat what I thought. What if I add a rigid body to that? Other than it being a bit weird in scale. Okay, that's interesting. In its own interesting way. That's nice. It got a bit large. The X scale was infinity. And the Y scale was whatever this is. Okay. Nice, nice, nice. Internet time. So, Unity. Boom. Detecting collision without rigid body. Maybe this will help. Possible. A script that will connect walls. I doubt this will work, to be honest. But there is no harm in trying. Yep, yep, exactly what I thought. Just like I don't even know what to say, man. It's weird. Because it isn't locking, it's just going crazy. I think. Maybe. It's definitely. The problem is definitely here. Like, that is a pretty obvious thing. And the main problem is probably here and here. The removal checks. So, relative position, which is that, obviously. And doing this. This is definitely not the part that I'm supposed to be spending this much time on, which is a bit sad, I guess. This shouldn't be the hard part. Like, it really shouldn't. But it somehow is. Probably because of my own fault. Like, it's definitely something that I caused. But, like, I just don't know what to do about it. Just a little hunch, but is it possible that that is the problem? If it is below, if the object is below one, okay, I think that might be the problem actually. If that was the problem, it's just so stupid. And okay, something is happening. I don't know what to make of it, really. I definitely don't want stuff to like move. So, wait, what if I freeze the position? Wait a second, if that works. Okay, wait a second. Now, why is it not contacting? It's like it happens after. But uh, Yeah, no. I don't really get it, to be honest. I don't get it. Something's happening. Like, it's, sorta. Okay, okay. Okay, Mephisto. Who the hell is Mephisto? Who is Mephisto? Give us Mephisto. Okay, size is now infinity. Where do I keep adding on size? Like, it's either the displacement vector. If. Okay. I definitely don't think this will change anything at all. But I just have to try. Oh, oh, interesting. Like, that obviously shouldn't be happening. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yep, definitely. I'm quickly gonna go get some coffee. One sec. Got my coffee. Is there anyone watching, by the way? The like YouTube shows 2 people in total, but I don't know. Like I don't know. Just that's it. So time to check if it at least wait now. As soon as it touches, they go crazy. It increases. Like, how is that even possible? I can only hope that works. I'm praying to the Unity gods right now. You touch it. Okay. Okay. But that is a start. I believe that to be a start in the right direction. It touches it. Okay, it just pushed a bit, I think. And after touching, what is even happening right now? What is this? Okay, so I think this is not the right place to do that. Just an idea. Yeah, this is probably not the right place to do this. Like I thought, first of all. I'm going to have to make a function for that. A void check for collisions. And to just temporarily add that to there. And now on collision, enter 2D. We'll have a list. Good for you. Good for you, what can I say? A list of collision 2D. Collisions equals new list. Thanks. Collision does not exist. Of course it doesn't exist. For each collision 2D in collision 2D collision in collisions. Alright. Just loving it currently, definitely. Like, I really don't understand how that happens. Why? That, that doesn't really seem normal. Is there any voice coming? Just asking. Or is anyone actively watching? If there is anyone actively watching, I am happy, I guess, but I really don't know why you would actively watch this. Like, I would rather just make it background noise. So, again, just checking whether or not it is locking. Okay, it isn't locking. And now I want to debug collisions count equals that plus collisions dot length or size, but count. Okay. I'm just going to check the amount of collisions. Okay. 2. Understood. So why is the reset system wrong now? Or no, not the reset system. The checking system. Hello to the 2 people in chat currently. I don't know who they are, sadly. I don't think that info is available to me. Just repeating in case you are a different... Just repeating in case you weren't here before. And like that is just strange. Anyways. Oh my god, wait a second. I just realized the problem. I didn't call this function a single time. Obviously nothing would work. If it is selected. Just check collisions somewhere. It doesn't really matter when. But actually, preferably before. Just in case the people in chat don't know what the game is supposed to be. The game is, like, my plan is for it to be a speedrun-like game. A speedrun puzzle game. Where you can control the scale of some objects at designated section, like designated areas in the level. You can go to those spots, change the scale of some objects, and make it so you can unlock the exit and then escape. That is the basic idea. I'm currently working on okay. I'm currently working on the system for scaling the objects without them overlapping with other objects. Which it seems like it is possible. Even though it doesn't reset. But the thing is, I did not tell it to reset. So, maybe, just maybe, there's a slight chance that this will work. I believe in the process, definitely. I do not believe in the process. But if it works, I'm okay with it. Like, actually. Boom. Nice, what can I say? I don't even really know what to say about that. What the hell? Okay, sure. Nice. It isn't able to exit. The exiting system seems to be reversed. Okay. Okay, I do not know what to say about that. I don't see a problem with that. If the object is above. Okay, okay. That should work, right? Should it not? I'm planning on going for about another hour. It will be 1 a.m. in the morning after an hour or so. So that's gonna be it for today after that hour. And tomorrow, wait, what day is tomorrow? Right, Saturday. I don't know when I'll start. I'll probably start at like about whatever. I don't know when I'll start again. I'll I might post the stream link in the Discord server of GMTK, but you could subscribe. Just an idea. No harsh feelings, obviously. Anyways, returning to the game. Holding the square. Why does that happen? I do not understand. Okay, it happened again. Why then, though? Do not get that. That one person was probably me. Huh. Oh. Anyways. So. Collisions remove. Like, the system shouldn't allow something like that. I don't understand what's happening. Is it throwing an error? How does a collision have no collision points? Actually, could it be because, like, okay, I'm going to test something inside here. If I debug collisions to count, there are 0 collisions, obviously. Now there's 1. Now there's 2 because... Okay, as soon as it stopped touching my character. So... Got it, I think. Instead of adding the collision, it might be better. Or would it be better? Uh, Even if I don't do this, it will probably... even if I don't do that, it will probably still give an error because because, like, it won't be able to remove it because the collision isn't the same collision. This and this collision are different. So that shouldn't work, I'm pretty sure. I think, at least. If I try to do that point L, meaning leave, collision dot point doesn't exist. How? Oh, right. Contact. Get contact 0 dot point. Just to check if they are different or not. I'm guessing that they are different just because that's how I would assume it to be. After entering collision, after leaving, it didn't have enough time. Got it. Assuming that is the problem, I might not add the collision itself, even though I probably would prefer that. I think I might add, like, dictionary wouldn't make sense, I think. Like, linking the collision back to the object. That probably wouldn't make sense. Could I add the object itself? I would definitely prefer having the collision point saved, since in this check I use both the contact point and the center of the collision object. I technically could calculate the contact point using these scales and stuff, probably. But I do not know if that is a good idea. I'm probably not making any sense right now. It's literally 12 a.m. Like it's midnight. For the next stream, I'm going to add a text somewhere that tells shows what the game is, just so the new people could get an idea of what is happening, like the goal. Not now, but for next stream, I'm definitely gonna add it. I just feel uncomfortable knowing that people might be watching without knowing what's happening. The goal is to make a speedrunning puzzle game where you can control the scale of some objects at certain stations scattered around the level. And you try to get to the key and exit the level. Is basically the game loop, maybe? Like, that is the game. It doesn't really have a game loop. It is a one-time thing, since it's a puzzle game. It doesn't really have a loop in it. If there is anybody watching, can they say something in chat? Just so I know. Or, like, what am I supposed to do with this? Could I make a list of lists? Okay, I have an idea. A slight idea. On how I could maybe do something. In the removing section, I'm going to get the transport of the collider transport. And for each collision 2D in collisions, I'm going to call if called transform collider transport, then collisions dot remove call. I hope something like that works. It definitely might not work as I expect. That is a possibility that I'm very ready for. Yeah. Collection was modified. Enumeration. Operation may not execute. Okay, that makes sense actually. Instead of using a for each loop, then I'm going to use a regular for loop. Int equals collision dot count -1. Thanks. Suggest. Yep. I think I might have messed that up. Yeah, I probably messed that up. I doubt that it's a hard fix though. I at least hope it's not. Maybe this is the part that I got wrong. If the contact point is to the right of... Yep, that was my mistake. Okay. And please work now. You will work perfectly, I just believe in it. Everything works on the 1000th time. Like, it will take 999 times, and you'll do it on the 1000th one. I guess that's a start. Maybe. To be honest, I don't quite think this is working right now. Okay. Great. I just love it how things work and then stop working. I just love it so much. Okay, so the problem right now is that there's no way to make that true. That was not the right fix, I'll say that much. But still, that shouldn't matter because both of them work to the left. So they won't be affected by that anyways. So it's probably the same as it just was. Yeah. Exactly. Nice. Okay, interesting. Sometimes just doesn't, sometimes it just doesn't work. Okay. Great. That's working like a charm. Sadly not, though. It still needs a lot of work. It is definitely not working right now. I actually think I'm going to add the thingy, like the description right now. Just because I'm going to actually like I'm going to say what for just about. And then, finally, a text. I am currently just setting the, setting some text to be able to show the, details of the game. I have never used, this part of OBS before, so it's kind of a new thing for me. So it might take a little bit. And I think that is all. Okay. Sure. That should be better, I think. Maybe I can scale that down a little bit. Pull you down and scale you down. And increase the scale of the window itself. I think that's good. What can I do to show that it is selected? Like the most basic thing could be like changing the color would be too obvious, I feel like. Like, I don't want that kind of thing. So maybe some sort of shape. Isometric diamond. Circle. Let's go with isometric diamond. 0.5 on the X. And the color will be now blue, actually. Something more purple. Let's go with. Just add that. And like, the game manager can have a serialized field, game object, indicator, let's say. And I'll add something called a function to this called select object. Something basic like that. Public void select object. Selected will be true. And like that would be a slight problem, I guess. I need to find a way to disable every other block so that, like, if I hover out of an object, I need to disable the selection. How can I do that with okay, I think I have an idea. Transform selected block. I already have the info, so selected block equals hit.collider dot transform. Okay, and outside of that, like, before that, actually, if selected block is not null and the hit collider dot transform is not equal to selected block, then I'll add another function called deselect. and that's going to just make it false. Selected block dot get component block script dot deselect. Oh wait a second, I didn't use the isometric thing. Anyways, then like I should be able to. Okay, so that did not work. Why did it not work? It's probably incredibly obvious why it didn't work. But I do not know. So that's a start, I guess. Okay. Actually, this might be better. Maybe. It is not detecting anything, which is definitely something that I expected, but don't really like. Like, obviously that's a common thing, but yeah, it doesn't work. From player to mouse, no. Recasting mouse to select items. Yeah, thought so too. We can replace the code above with something like this. Why would you do that? Huh. Okay, sure. Whatever. Collider 2D. Okay. Why 4? Whatever. I'll take that from here. There was something like that here, I'm pretty sure. I'll be using this. Let's get that and copy, paste. So, okay. Sure, why not? What is with these naming stuff? If collision.length is bigger than 0 for each collider, sure, whatever you say. My system is different, so it won't be quite like that. I'll just take this part and yoink it. If call.length is bigger than 0, I will first not define anything actually. I'll just put everything inside that. And I'm going to say collision 0. Collider.transform. Okay, I guess. Seems that I don't need to say transform, but I'm going to say it anyways. for some parts at least. Anyways, if it's bigger than 0, there is no selected block. If there is a selected block, it will check if it's the same one, and if they are not the same one, then deselect the block. And after that, okay. But in this case, if it is 0, then I still have to check if there is a selected block. Because if there is a selected block, but there is no collisions, that means that it should be deselected. And then that's going to turn into a null. Okay, so get hovered objects. That is going to be in there. And actually, if it is like that, and input dot get key code space, no, not space, mouse 0. Okay. Boom. Okay, good start. Okay. I might just call it a day there. I'm going to call it a day that, yeah. It is about 1 a.m. Sorry for anyone that was watching, which is, I think, one person other than me. Sorry about that, but I'm going to go to sleep. There is a current bug in the game. I'll deal with it tomorrow. And I guess thanks for watching. That is going to be the end of this stream. 4 hours and 54 minutes. What a stream. And that is